Switch up the music. Do something a little different. Synth radio. Interstellar lo-fi. Not sure how this is meant to be interstellar, but you know, I'll live with it. Alright, so now what we've done is we've set up the teeth here, so that we can use these as reference for their actual UVs. So when we first, let's make sure everything has this material. Oh, that's another thing I need to add to the teeth generator is we need a material assignment. So that material and this one's pretty straightforward. Just drop it down there. Do a switch. We'll say add another bool. Which where did I add that? What's it called? UV or custom material. Use custom material. Oh, this guy's here. Hello, CR FNAF 2. Welcome. How are you doing? So now, when we select these, we can check, use our custom material, and do this for both of them. Assign body, do both, which looks like the exact same material. But okay. Now the fun part is you go in here and UV map. I know that these two represent the teeth. Okay. And that's awesome. Because now I can just select all of them. Probably a little too much, too big. I shrink them to right about there, so. Beautiful, powerful, amazing. Still more to do. So, one of the final things we'll need to do. We have the high poly, low poly switch. What is this here? It's just the displacement. Oh my god, I'm clicking. Please, I am clicking. I'm clicking. My finger is clicking. Clicking. Jesus. Okay. This is the displacement, so. Proximity, normal, displacement. Okay. So we are doing it to both of them, both the low and high poly. But one more thing to do. Hello, Riso. I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? This one is just general displacement. Zero to start. And I'll set a value. Here. This is just our straight up normal display. Roll G. Normal displacement. Easy. So you can control a little protruding pokey teeth like in the rats using geonodes. That seems really powerful. Definitely getting there. I think that yes, the goal will just be to have basically, yeah. I mean, teeth just take me so much time in the past. Now it should take me 10 minutes once I'm done with the system. But it'll be very extensive, hopefully extensible, because I've got all these different options we can do here, play around with. And probably a lot more to make in the long run. I was wondering what other systems like this you can build for your workflow to trim down manual time spent. The hair, I did make a hair generator a week or two ago. And we'll probably do that right now, actually, is bake the hair, and you'll see how simple that should and can be. This cage. Use cage. And then this value here will be cage displacement. But definitely becoming a pretty big system here. I actually can't zoom out anymore. It's the first time that's happened to me in Geometry Nets. I actually can't zoom out anymore. Alright, let's go back to Res. Here. The difficult part, though, is actually selecting the curve properly. Sorry, yawn. Or a hiccup. There we go. Thank you, Reyes. I'm quite excited by this. I think there's just a lot of things that I've been doing for years now, and it's kind of cool to just think like I can actually kind of just solve these things for myself. I don't have to let it stay difficult. I can just straight up solve it, and that feels good. Cute. All right. So we do have this cage value. We turn it on. That should be enough right there. And on the body, what we'll do is the low poly right here. Okay, so some additional things to create now. We'll do. Oh, now that I think about it, these were rotated. These actually can't be rotated. So let's go. Go here. And we'd like to do is select both of them, go to rotation, step, and say set rotation step. And then back again. Should actually take the teeth here. We're just gonna right click. I'm gonna set them in front. I am tired of not seeing them. There. Okay, now I can see them. So UV map will optimize the placement to fit most in one map. I saw it moved a bunch of stuff around. Exactly, yeah. You can do that manually. It of course takes time, but I think my general kind of thought process behind UV maps now is like, as long as I know the texel density, that refers to kind of the visual density between all of them, as long as that's roughly correct, I don't really care what my UV map looks like. I'd rather just get it in substance fast. It is a paid add-on. There's not many paid add-ons I use, but that's one of them. I believe this isn't alphabetical. I would make it too easy. There it is. Okay. So the triangulate we will keep on the teeth. Alright, but now I can copy the status of this modifier as a driver. And on our teeth, we can go ahead and paste as driver. So now, when I turn the displace on the body, it turns it on the teeth as well, which is good. Very useful. Now what we want to do is turn it on for everything. Then turn on the high poly. Disable our ability to select the high poly. And go to weight painting. Feet are a little close together. The fall off on this is two. Should be able to get almost the entire body in one go. Or the entire face, I mean. I should include the cheek fluff. The cage you're working on? Yes, indeed. I almost always just use a displace modifier. Every now and then I'll need a shape key to throw into. That's about it though. Actually, for the body, I do want to cover up the eyebrows. We're gonna bake those in. I don't use weight paint. Generally, if you're just going to use a standard displace modifier, I think you could just use whatever substance Painter Options has, because they've got the some of the cage settings in there, and that's just a standard displacement as well. So we're missing a few pieces. We need the tongue, cheek fluff, and we need to make single user these. So make single user. And with these, in fact, let's go ahead. These ones here. That one. Apply. Single user. You're really gonna have individual toes. You're right. I didn't cut through this. That should be an easy fix though. Right now, the sculpt either way is going to be fused, but I will have to get the toes there. We'll come back to that though. We'll get the get everything else baked first. We go here. That one's its own thing. This one's its own thing. They're still fused in the first mirror. We apply those. Okay, so that should have given us all of them, all the toes, and then all the claws. Okay. Let's just do that, and then pack one more time. All right, beautiful. Then should be about it. Tongue is next, so I will get a teeth generator. Should I just? Ooh, excuse me. And I'll probably just include my tongue generator in the teeth generator. Okay. Make a plane. This one will be a lot simpler. Curve to mesh, take the main curve, take the profile, put it on there. This one should be original, main curve should be relative. Could be saying something. Of course. Tongue curve and tongue profile. Beautiful. So I'm going to turn this off, go back to the teeth, because I want this here. So in here we give a curve and a profile curve. Out pops a UV mapped object. We'll call this not looking that. Beans. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cool. This is the main curve. Main curve UV in position. And main curve UV max position. And as well, we'll go down here. And we'll do the same here with the profile. This will be profile. Oh, wait. Yes. All right, beautiful. Now we can subdivide mesh, or subdivision surface, I mean. Interesting. Just the one side? Should flip one of them. Gotcha. So when I flip, I should be doing it over here. Flip faces. What? Why wouldn't it be? shouldn't be just one or the other. Unless both their island index equals 0. Just a second. That is confusing though. Shit. No, one has to be because they're going down a tube. So they're going down the tube, so they're facing either that way or that way. For some reason I can't change both of them. There, but maybe I could do it after I realize the instances. Now they should be mesh islands for sure. Hey, okay. That's what it was. Okay. Perfect. That looks crunchy. We did 3 subdivisions. Okay. First things first, let's do a more interesting curve. Maybe because it's a tongue, we can do something. This. The actual curve, just be able to tell that. It's good to know. We'll just set 0. Why not? Okay. Means in our UV map curve, blah, blah, blah. When we instance on point, scale should be the curve radius. Beautiful. Okay. Here, I'd like to, no, I don't need to add the input there. I can add it right here. Now we can start subdividing. But for this one, subdivision levels. Still getting very crunchy at the end. What can we do to alleviate that? Do have some options right here where we can go triangles. Is that better? No. We've already got something that's pretty useful. Already UV unwrapped. And we can adjust the shape at any time. Just a few more things we'd love to add. We have this thing right. First, we can check UVs. That would be handy. Custom material. All of this right here takes in an object and adjusts the UVs here. This does. First, we've got. Wish I could adjust the node properties on the outside, but guess not. Only on the inside. So this is the UV map name. First one is the geometry, and this is the bounding or UV object. And then this is use UV space or physical space. It always generally should be UVs because that makes it way easier. But now we have all this here. What are we going to call this? We're going to call this match UV space to or set UVs to. Sam, anything additional payment? Some additional things? Oh, okay. Some of the additional things, I'll shoot you a Discord message. Sounds good. I'd be happy to discuss that. Let me know what you're thinking. It should default to a UV map. This one is. This one should default to true. Okay, that should be good. And set UVs to object bounding box. Set UVs to object bounding box. Perfect. Set UVs to object bounding box. We need an object. Stone UV bounds. just want to put in object info right there, and again rename this to UV. Alright, so now when I adjust the UVs on this object, should adjust them on correct. Definitely spelled it correct. Oh, no. So that's clearly that is moving it. Oh. Crunchy. It's very convoluted in here. Oh, it is working. Why was okay? Why wasn't it working a second ago? But now it is. Yeah. All right. Cool. So now we can position the tongue UVs. Easy peasy. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Reyes. Hello, Arctic. Working on page 2 of my website, much wow, very HTML, many div. Web development, good luck. You got this. Remember that front end, back end, and the DB servers can be run in separate servers. Biggest hurdle is typing around the cat at the moment. Now we can move the UVs around on our object. We have complete control over that. We can subdivide this as many times as we want, which is awesome. Anything else we really need or want right now for this one? We want the displace, so just turn on the. Go to the teeth, we did add a little displacement. We basically just want this, so I'm going to copy this. This will be gauge, default off, and then our value, displacement. Now, Now we also want a high poly, low poly switch. So this subdivision surface here, we're going to change this to LP. So then do another switch. Another one here, which we'll call use high poly. And use H. I prefer saying use when I'm using a Boolean, because that way I understand if I'm using it, then it's true. It's true, I want to use it. I feel like that makes it a little clearer. Okay. Means move this up. It's the low poly subdiv level. And here's the here. Move this up here. HP sub the level. And we'll default that to, I guess. But now we should be able to switch between them, use high poly. Wireframe, see that. Visually, no difference, because there is no difference. Low poly's right here. Still not feeling super great about that. I don't like that. Not 100% sure how I can smooth it a bit better. I basically need to make some sort of pseudo beveling at the end of the tongue. Now we can swap between them. We can use this. We can displace. I would prefer that this displacement here happen to the low poly one and not the high poly one. So I can use the cage. When I use the high poly, it's not displacing it. All right. Crunchy. Ooh, excuse me. I would also like to... Should be all set? Awesome, thank you. On the curve, we can of course adjust our amount there. Doesn't have much impact on the final result, which means the curve is getting resampled. Sample. Any other resamplings happening? It's that one. Okay, good. All right, that's good, because that way we can kind of push that artifacting down a little bit, sort of. We're going to call this resample LP resample. And of course, duplicate sample. Switch. This one would be for our integer here. 12, 90. Maybe just 30, 20. That is a little cleaner. All right, so we have the object we can use, put on the cage. We have the place mount. This is probably all we need. So let's go back to Reyes. Take both our curves, move them up. Take one more curve. So annoying that the radius is always changing. Low poly will add a plane and a file link. Low. guess we'll call this tongue assets or rollers, gizmos. Beautiful. We do need to set up a custom material thing. Took me to find it. Use custom material. That's much cleaner. Probably more memory efficient too. Boom. So now, on frame 1, these will be at 0. On frame 2, they'll be up here. Two of these. I see. Is there another tongue? Favorite thing. Super surprised face. Almost there. Almost there. Okay. So what we just want to double check now are that the low poly items are sitting over high poly ones. These teeth seem slightly different. They do have the displace on, just why they're part of why they're looking so different. But the teeth position is actually different, so we will send these over to the high poly. Just make sure we are using it. Okay. And these items here can be put into body geonode. For these UV controllers. Obviously. What was Leslie? That's about it. Oh, we didn't actually sort everything. It's the tongue here. Can't turn them just yet. I'll have to figure out something for that. Now we can select these. Doing pretty good. 46,000, 854. Probably optimize the tone just a little. I missed this much on the face. Oh, we'll have to review that. And there is just straight up now page version. It's inside out. No, I just don't see it at all. So that means that the gums didn't export. Did I delete them? I don't see any teeth now. Ah, they were in this collection here. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just double check. This should be the body, but I'm not going to take chances. Make sure that's off and body. Oh, and then body page. Oh, missed the butt. Perfect. Still says UV checker. Thanks, Reyes. Get that synth in there. Oh, the teeth baked. Not super great, but well, the teeth did. The gums still have some polygonal. I must have forgot to change some settings there, but that's okay. It's looking super good. We'll call this white pattern. And then here, this will be brown pattern. And we'll have black. Will be like eyelashes and eyebrows. That's it for the moment. And then we'll have the eyes. And then of course our nose would be good. It's kind of an annoying way to do it, but if I do, actually makes it a lot easier to change later. Wow, very. I could do this, but I think it's going to be a huge pain. I'm selecting those. Wow, it's just terrible. There should be 0 roughness, maximum ambient occlusion. I shouldn't be able to see anything in there. It should just be a void. And in Unity it will be, but for some reason I can still kind of make out stuff in there right now. Just a little annoying. So for the white pattern, or like a tan or pink, that. Start with paint. We'll call this outline. Make a path. And thank you, Rams. And I'm glad you're having a good time as well. It's certainly a lot of fun to put together. I'm at a point too where I can really feel like what I'm doing is just about to reach a new level. Feel it. I can feel it. I feel it now, Mr. Krabs. Now this does go all the way up. So we can do is I'm gonna make it super sharp, change the size right about there, so. Excuse me. Wish they had like a fill version, but it's okay. You know, honestly, you know what? I'm not gonna do because it's a pain. It's gonna be hard to adjust later. We're actually gonna make that with geometry. This that'll be a lot easier. I have some ways to make it simple. To make it, we'll start with the body low poly, we'll duplicate and send this over to the high poly. And this will get rid of the, and just call it. GeoNodes are taking over. Every moment spent on GeoNodes will be or that. No. So, mirror, subdivision, shrink wrap. Go to material. reason we'll be able to get away with this is because we can use data transfer. And we can just straight up copy the normals off the body. So it should, in general, look exactly the same. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and export this again as the high poly. Now that we've done that, when we go here and we do mode bake, bake, cancel. Now that we've done that, more to change. But we'll have to tweak more. Let's just start. Add a color selection. Sample the colors. Well, now I got the dummy, and we can do filter, blur, like this, or we can do lots of bevel, blur, make it nice and soft. All right, beautiful. Now the really nice part about this is it will help us with the really difficult part, painting part, which is the hands. There's hands have like a bottom glove pattern. That would be quite challenging just on its own. I mean, I don't know. That looks like garbage right there. Let me get rid of that. We're gonna go to the manual. I changed my mind. At least it's still in 3D though. If I ever do have to redo it, or do my UVs or anything, it should update nicely. Really my biggest reason for trying that other method. Just don't want to be forced to redo a whole bunch if I need to make a tweak or anything. Cool. I'll have to double check reference, but for now we'll just do a little block out. Okay. And we'll do a fill for an actual paint. That's the path paint. I'll do manual paint. Just kind of fight with Substance Painter to do anything. And we can just actually fill it in. Cute. There. Okay. 421. Oh. Still got some time. Drop in our favorites. Get a template, gradient curvature. Or is it template AO curve? There we go. There's one of these, that's for sure. Do the world space overlay. Back. Beautiful. Okay. The base color is just a bit more saturated too. Like a crazy ton, but just a little more. All right. Done. Enter. Ah. Well, those are wrong. Those are wrong. I'll have to adjust that. And the tongue itself, where'd that end up? Is it? Tongue ended up somewhere weird. I don't see where it is though. Oh, that's a start. Good. Good. Okay, 4:27. We're gonna get the hair started baking and then move on to some other stuff. Here we go. Here's the power of our hair. Yes. the maps. Hello, Aura. Welcome. Been lurking a bit. No need to apologize. Welcome, welcome. Interesting. Gotcha. Not that, it's the order that it's getting saved in. No, I guess that is what I want. I don't want it to swap at all. Oh, sorry. Removing cubing. I like that. Was there? I think I would have to. literally have to duplicate and mesh it to see the second UV map, which is still broken. Why is it broken now? Ugh, okay. This time I did not want to do more geonodes. The issue is the order I make them in? Huh? Can I see my other UV map right? That's good. I like that. So I duplicate it, I mesh it, I move it over here, and for some reason UV map is not actually what's getting sent over. So what I want it to do is swap the UVs, swap the attributes, which apparently it's already doing. So I would want it to not do that. This geonode is not linked, so it is an appended geonode, which I don't want to do. Okay. But why is this one 5? Because this one's old. It's an old system. Okay. So, go ahead and save a copy. We'll call this pre-hair fix. Probably won't be as painful as I think, but right now I'm dreading this a little bit. We're gonna get rid of this. And instead of pending, we're gonna link like these ones. So we're gonna do file, link, up, hair system. Not mirrored, mirrored. We have our profiles in here. We want the profile hair high poly, and then the low poly. Beautiful. Let's swap between them. For the high poly, we'll do a few more subdivisions. Looks quite nice. The material we'll do here. Actually rename this to Vegas here. And we can UV unwrap it. We just did. Good. Normalize. Fill caps we don't need. We could do cage, we don't need to. Now what I'd like to test is duplicating this mesh unit and seeing what UV map is first. In our list, it is still this one, which is totally busted on this side. Okay. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. We got more to do, but I'm gonna go take a little break. 1 second. So, gonna go back to our main hair system. We're gonna figure out why it ain't working. Oh, I did remove that, so that was probably it. Let's go back. It's okay if it's a little broken right now. I just want to double check that when we duplicate it, mesh it, that the UV map. It's good. Okay. Okie doke. But can I change things in here? Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I wouldn't want that to be. Missing the curve factor? What it was saying over here. So missing curve factor, curve length, and profile factor. Or no, just curve factor, curve length. How do I set them out here? No, that's not the case. Then it should happen in here. Curve factor, curve length. Oh, goodness. But they are right here. This. Interesting. Maybe not. So I don't see it there, but is it in here? Hello, that Gemini, that genie problem. Welcome back. Oh. So now these should no longer be whining. They're not. The guts of the blender look scary. They almost over for you, Sam. We'll probably be going a little bit past, maybe for another hour or so. I might switch tasks a little bit, but we'll see. They got scaled. Getting scaled down. So it looks like they're fine. They're just really tiny. object back because I want this. Put it into its group. We'll call Leo to be. Excuse me. I'm gonna save it and get rid of it. We're gonna test a few other spots, but basically things are in the wrong spot. I do have a. But I had. Just gonna keep that right there for now. Right there. So I can review and find where it's going wrong. Has to be in here. Make it UV mapped. Right here, we're scaling the elements. There we go. Oh, okay. Gotcha. There is actually nothing wrong with this. It is simply the margin. Nothing's wrong with my UV. Your UV thing. What was wrong is that hello Zach, welcome. At the margin, it really should not be. The default needs to be 0. So it works the opposite way. Alright, so now we can go back to our main hair system. And it looks amazing and wonderful, and we can set the margin to 0. That's a lot of curves. Yes, it is. Yeah. But it is working now. Need for a cage. I haven't seen those fuzzy furry models. Those are an insane amount of curves. Well, you can cheat. There, I mean, well, sort of. There's no such thing as cheating, but in Unity, a lot of times when people are making fur, they're using something called shell fur, which is a shader thing. It's not not using actual curves, if that's what you're thinking of, but excuse me. Loading. Add the ambient occlusion. Don't really need it right now. think for the final thing we're going to do today is we're going to start getting the items into Unity. Loading, loading, loading. Always stuck on loading. Loading. All right, that took forever. We're here now. Okay, so take our template folder, copy our, right click, create a folder, paste the avatar in here. You even know how to change the IK positioning of the legs in AutoRig Pro, would you? In Furries, the IK would have to be on the toes, not the foot. I can't seem to find info on AutoRig Pro. So two things. First, when I generally make Anthro characters for VR chat specifically, I usually don't make them digigrade, where the legs fold, where the lower half of the leg will fold like a digigrade leg. Generally don't do that. I just weight paint it like a normal leg, and even though it looks digigrade, it moves exactly like plantigrade or a normal leg, human leg. So if you're doing it for VR chat, I would recommend doing the other way. But in terms of IK for AutoRig Pro, I think you'd have to make your own IK system, which isn't too bad to do, and AutoRig Pro is going to let you make your own custom control rig inside of it. No digigrade. Why? It's not. I just generally don't do it, but it is possible. So what you want to look up for VR chat digigrade leg. So there's tutorials. There's a lot of things on how to do it, but it's very specific. So definitely recommend reviewing. Digitigrade? Digitigrade? Anyway, so found a video where you go over a lot of the rigging model. It was good info. Hey, glad to hear that. That's good. Not sure if that digileg is in there though. The model has implied digilegs, but I rigged them like normal legs. Plantigrade. Would the weight paints be messed up? Just in Auto Rig Pro. But yeah, so I'll paste that there. But you definitely want to look up how to create plantigrade, or sorry, digigrade legs for VR chat specifically, because IK systems, when you build an IK system from Blender, that IK system only exists in Blender. You can't transfer an IK system from Blender to Unity or to Unreal. In fact, Unreal has its own control rig system. Maybe it could be a thing about making a personalized rig. It could be a thing. I think that for the legs, you can still, even if the constraint system you make breaks for the legs, they'll still look like they work properly. Because even if you have a bone that's not moving properly, as long as its parent is still doing the right movement, things generally will still look correct. So as long as your foot isn't moving weirdly, all the bones between your foot and your knee are still going to look like they move properly, because even though the ones in the between the foot and the knee might be broken, they're still children objects of your knee, and if the knee moves, then they move. It's the same with like a chest bone. A lot of rigs do or do not have a third or fourth spine bone, but it's okay if you don't have those rigged and they don't have anything for them, because even if nothing's affecting them, they're still children of the spine bone below, so they're still going to move with that other spine bone. Transferring the rig into UE and it's working, but the position of IK is wrong. That and the leafy is messing me up. Yeah, I would not 100% sure for Unreal Engine. What's the avatar's name again? It's just right. Okay. Rans figures. And we're gonna open this Explorer. Get this path. Go to rename file wizard. And it's okay, we can copy these. We go back to Blender. We turn on all the low poly stuff. That's okay, gotta big brain this one out. If only there was a node for this. There could be. Hey, Unreal's got their own nodes. You never know. set up some materials. That same path. Right. So first things first, let's switch these shaders from Poyomi to Poyomi Tune. Go to the FBX, model, read write, legacy blend shapes, humanoid rig, no animation, and we apply materials, body, clothing. What? UV checkers. Ah, it's the presses. That's fine for now. Now for the body, just go one at a time. Find the colors. A few things we should do first is for the shading, we do want this to be skin shading. 75. We do want rim lighting. This is amazing. Good. Yeah, we're in the fun part now. Funner part. Funner. And do. Just a little. We don't need a lot, just enough to give it a little pop, a little bit of pop. Helps let us know what that form looks like. Okay. The tech part is the best part. Let's finish assigning those materials. pale. What is doing that? Why is it so pale? The room lighting? I think I messed something up. There. Okay. What did I do? Good enough for now. Let's move on to the casual outfit. Start dropping stuff in. I wonder if I... No, that's the right one. Casual outfit. It is a normal map. Quite good already. Right, and the hair. Hello, Popstar. Welcome. Finally got everything I need to get back on working on modeling. Let's go, Popstar. Won't be here for long. Just checking in on you. Well, I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Making some hair right now. It's a bit of a hairy situation. Couldn't help myself. The fun part for the hair is the anisotropic. This gives us a nice... We'll turn off this one for right now. Just focus on this one. Get that power. Right about there. This one on. Power. A little too glossy, but it looks cool. Is that how you pronounce that? Anisotropic? 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 I think it's tropic. I'm not 100% sure. If there's another common phrase that I say, which is, I call it Gaussian, but it's actually Gaussian. And then there's another one, Euler angle. It's actually pronounced Euler angle. Math stuff. Love checking in, but really wish I could understand more of each step. Well, more the reason to check in. Fair. Well, I'll try to narrate a bit more what's going on. Right now, we've just gotten all the material stuff in. And Aniso's this glossy band here. Just quite nice. It really adds a lot. The look of the hair. It's really what makes hair look like hair, is the Aniso. Technically, there's a little bit of subsurface scattering too, if you really want to get correct hair, but that's hard to do in Unity, hard to do properly. Overall, looking pretty good. Do we want an outline? Let's give that a shot. See what that looks like. And just slap that on. I think it looks pretty good. with, without, with, without. Hard to tell. Now good. The tips come in very sneakily, so you never know when they're gonna drop. You just gotta rewind sometimes. Excuse me. All right, so there's definitely a few things to fix up. Overall, things are looking super good. Excuse me. So let's just do the obvious fixes first. First is the teeth are messed up. The cuff needs to be on both sides, and we need the material for the cuff. And then the eyes. Tongue, cuff, eyes. Okay. So this one here. With our custom GeoNode, we do assign a material. I don't know why it isn't exporting with that one. Turn on the mirror as well. Should be getting some sort of texture from it. There we go. Okay. Better. And we'll also turn the mirror on the shoe. We're just under 70,000 for what we got here. Right on the money for the most part. Very cute. Okay, save that. Let's do the eye. Eyes. Ooh. Cool. Let's start with eye bites. Copy that. Make a whole new graph. Let's see. Call this res eye. Just kind of funny because there's a lot of EYs in there. Paste. Get our outputs. There's a base color. Sure. That's this one here. And then a gray for the height, which is this one. Okay. Take a look at her eyes. Golden eyes. Actually, I think one of the images has the exact. Sure. Oh, the green. Curse you, greens! Blend this one on. Right now it's set to linear dodge. We'll do a overlay. here. Another blend from this gradient map. This should just be size-wise, I don't quite know, but this is a good start. Go ahead, export. And the output template, we've got our eyes right here, base color height. Really don't need anything. 1024 will be more than enough. Then in Painter, we do need to go back to the body. And in channel 4, we will begin our decals. Switch to viewing user 4. The base, we'll set it to black. And on the eyes, we'll set it to white. So it should just be, yeah, the tongue is messed up. Oh, it has the UV checker material on it still. That's why it's acting weird. That should be an easy fix. But for the eyes, user 4 should have user 4. Export again. Save. Alright, back to Unity. Now what we can do is take the body material, go to decolors and normals, open up decals, and drop in our decal mask. Enable decal 0 and add a decal. Boom. But it's on the wrong UV map. We need UV. Cool. A little too intense right now. One way, or it's just kind of feels kind of flat. But this is where we can throw in some shader magic. We can go to UV, parallax height mapping, and we can actually give this a height map that applies to UV1 and is red from UV1. And wow. Interesting. I've never seen that before. Funny. I wonder why that's happening. Whoopsies. Not quite what we were aiming for there. Interesting. Oh, I've never had that issue before. It's weird for them to be going different directions on different eyes. That would imply to me that there's something wrong with the geometry normals. In a sense, they are flipped as they're overlapping. Interesting. Does this happen on my other characters? I feel like it doesn't. Let me look at Dova really quick. Time for food. Have a nice rest of your day. All same to you, Arctic. Enjoy your day. Thanks for coming by. Get some good rest, and we'll see you later. These eyes are round. Even at maximum strength, I don't see anything like what we're seeing in 1-1 strength. It's basically the same mesh too. So why would they be offset? Maybe they're not centered. Maybe the map isn't centered. That looks pretty centered to me. Maybe one. That is odd. That has to be the normals on the eyes. Clothing was big. Hello, Art of Starplane. Welcome. We're working on this avatar right now, trying to tweak some stuff, get everything working properly. Right now, we're encountering a very funny problem. I'm gonna reset Blender. Actually, that's a good question. Right now we're in Poyomi Tune, version 9. Poyomi Tune, version 9. Why would it be so different? I don't think closing to reopening is gonna do it. It is just a little off. Kind of a funny effect, though. Oh, I know what it is. It is... maybe I don't. The decal. Maybe I'll set it to UV 3 and tell this one to affect UV 3. It's still goofy. Okay. We do have the ability to give this depth. There's already 0 depth here, so... It's been a while. I took an Arcane Animation Challenge earlier. Finished Jinx animation today. How's your day? Well, that's awesome. Good on you. So far, my day's been pretty good. We've just been working on this avatar, getting all her textures and stuff into Unity here. Right now, we're trying to, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with these eyes, but other than that, things are going really well. I'm gonna reset it. Just gonna reset it. Light. 1. 1, 1. Curvature is at 0. Just screenshot that. Yeah, it's been a good day. Been a productive one. Learning a lot of very interesting things right now. With geometry nodes, if you're familiar. Having a blast with that. Wonder... maybe it needs to be MIP streaming's the only difference. Funny. But for it to happen to one eye, is so interesting. Why just one eye? Or not just one, but why just one set of eyes? It's just too big. Is it just the eyeball just too big? If I were to go in here, make it real small. But the eyes aren't really that much bigger than they're about the same size as Deba's eyes. And yeah, it still looks weird. I mean, not that that looks correct in any way, but we're still getting that strange artifacting. I wonder... if I was to turn off the D. I don't see anything weird with the normals. Well, maybe a little. It's pretty normal. I don't know. Interesting. Go to Poyomi really quick. Their Discord. And I'm gonna search Parallax. This is a new thing to encounter, a new issue. So it has to be something with the normals. Either, okay, well, let's test this. I remove this normal map. Okay, so it's not the texture side of the normal map. It must be the normals of the eyeballs themselves. Or let's see if I duplicate. No, it's the same. It's duplicating because if I set the decal to UV2 and then the parallax to UV2, still get the same weirdness. So that can't be the issue. I'm led once again to think that it must be the mesh itself. Let me get rid of everything here, so you just have this one eye. No modifiers. Still weird. And if we go here, look at the display normals. Normals look pretty good to me. Don't see any issues with them. There's no double, there's no cleanup, normals, flip. Reset. Set them. I've done that a few times now, but can't help but try again because I don't know what else could be doing. It's a dangerous one. Okay, here's a question. If I take Dubba's, or let's try Dubba's eye decals. Assuming we'll still have an issue, but if I swap the decal, obviously still it's twisted. Oh, it is twisted. That looks evil. Evil! But I do Deva's height. Still weird. Okay, so I think that's a clue. So let's go back here. I feel like the Christmas is almost here. Hello, Logan. Welcome, welcome. I wish. Anyone have any Christmas plans? Getting a computer. That's exciting. Why? It's so goofy. Okay, here's a better test. If I go to Deba, we go to Deba, Imperial, and I change the decal to use that's fine. Interesting. So it's something about my mesh then. It has to be. Okay, so let's just okay. Fine, delete, make a new eyeball. Actually, I should have saved myself some trouble here. Right. This is gonna break a little bit, but I just need to know. Oh, so it really was something about my geometry. Okay, that's good to know. But still very strange. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like what I don't like is that I'm not sure what went wrong. There's just something wrong with the geometry. But resetting the vectors didn't do it. The UV maps were fine. I just don't know what else could have affected it that way. That's possible. It is possible. I feel that I certainly have to chalk it up to that because I don't see what else it could be. But I'm still left wondering. say that to myself a lot and just restart. By the way, have you looked into the new 5e rules? I have not. I have not. There we go. Looks so good. Playing it in VR made me realize how much slow D&D combat is. I was like, damn, there's so much waiting around. Yeah, you're welcome to post it. Art of Starflame. What was your username beforehand, by the way? Some of them sound good. Sounds like a lot of classes got some changes. Okay, heck yeah. The eyes could be a bit smaller. Cute. Even smaller still. Like they could do with being just a little ovalish, just very slightly an oval. Oh. Odyssey private DMs. Some of them sound good, seem like a lot of... Oh, I read that. Let's take a look. Was this Skyfire? Formerly Skyfire? Very cool. Kick the chair. Kick that chair. Good job, Starflame. Very cool. I mean, if you have VR, there's a very fun program that you can check out for free called I think it's Mocap Fusion VR or something like that. And I wrote that down in stream. But if you have VR, you can actually do motion capture and export it out. It's pretty interesting, and it's similar in a similar way as getting characters into VR chat. You can get them into Mocap Fusion. And it lets you do a decent amount of stuff. Certainly, it's still a decent amount of manual in and out, or setup. Cute. She's looking good. Super cute. Maybe a little too shiny, a little too glossy, especially on the body. I think the clothing pops nicely, but let's turn down that rim legging on the body. It may actually be this one instead. So you're saying I can use that to animate models like Jinx by it? No way, the animation took like over 2 hours to make. Animation's definitely time intensive, and motion capture is not like it's not a replacement, not yet. Because even when you do motion capture, there's still a lot of cleanup, a lot of fine tuning. So I think it's a additional tool, not necessarily a replacement. All right. Almost 6 p.m. right now. But still very fun. It does allow you to experiment really quickly. But it is a new thing to learn, and it's not necessarily the easiest thing to learn. It's kind of a little goofy in some ways, a little challenging in some odd ways. The flannel came out super well. I'm pleased with that. All right, we're gonna do one last thing. We're gonna get the teeth fixed before I do anything else. Something is very wrong with our UV map. So we go to our teeth generator over here. In that case, I'll stick manual animating because it's more funny. But those dang hair movements and acting is not funny. I know the pain with them. Had like issues on hair, but managed to get them to work on Jinx. Well, heck yeah. There are some you can do like hair sims, dynamic bones for or spring bones for Blender. It's like an add-on or something. Anyway, if you were looking for more advice, I can certainly dump more on you, but I don't mean to do a info dump. I'm good at that, but I don't mean to do that right now. Blender. Geometry nodes. Group input.
If you haven't heard it from the grapevine yet, there's a lot of new features in Blender 4.0. One feature that I've been really excited for are the drop-down menus you can have in your node groups. They're called panels. I haven't seen anyone talk about this feature, so I'm going to talk about it. Here's how to use panels. As an example, here's a node group I made. It has a bunch of instances in random location, rotation, and scale, and I want to have inputs for all of that. Now my node group is an abomination, but now I can fix it. I can go back into my node group and press N to open the side menu. Just click the plus button over on the corner here and select panel, and that adds a panel. Now you can drag and drop your inputs and outputs.
At Hair Physics with the model, luckily that saved the submission since manually animating hair is big no for me, because that is a nightmare. I tell you, you're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. It is a nightmare. That's where I keep dropping it in and then it doesn't actually drop in. Okay. It's like my third time doing that, but okay. You have to hover for a second. Just moving too fast. Moving too fast. Yeah, anyways, had to go do more stuff. Nice stream as usual. Keep up good work. Good job, Sam. Thank you. Thank you. You're the awesome best streamer. Like you answer everyone if able, and many streamers won't do that. Bye for now. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that, Starflame. Good luck with more of your animations. Looking forward to seeing what else you make. And enjoy your day. I'll probably be ending the stream in just a moment because I say that, but I just started doing geometry nodes again, so I might be here for a million years. overall settings. I don't think I need to say. Fuck this semester, I want to be done. Hi, Sam. Hello, Shatter. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We're organizing our Helio here. They're not double panel. That would be nice, but it does not look like it. Nice, but now we've got all these little ways to close it up. Beautiful. How goes the blending? It is going really well. We have been learning so much geometry nodes. So much geometry nodes. I'm going to kind of show you what we've been doing. Right? Yeah, we're making a teeth generator. I just moved everything around. So. got this whole object here. So we can create a low and high poly version in one go. One go. We can even make a cage for it, which doesn't have any displacement right here, but 0, 0, 1. Boom, boom. So we can disable that, turn these on and off. And it's all controlled by a curve. So we can pretty easily make a lot of really weird things. But it's quite fun. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I think a lot of potential here. A lot. You can adjust things like size or spacing. All that kind of stuff. So, really enjoying it. I think it's super fun. And right now we're just kind of continuing to clean up and figure out how to get it working. How to make it very useful. So, hello, Bochi Tatita. Welcome. Welcome. Ooh. One of the things we have to figure out right now, though, is how we're going to get the UV map working properly. I think we got to work some stuff out. Need a bigger screen. The molar selection here. UV mapped. Interesting. This gives us our curve. And this is something we're going to reuse a lot, this UV mapped curve, because we want to be able to feed in a curve, feed in a profile, and get out that curve. Sure. I already answered my question last time when I did this, but just in case. Which means that it's not doing anything. Okay. So the reason we're doing this manually is because we want to fill a curve with this custom profile. But what we're struggling with, when we make our make it, we initially set it to whatever, and then we immediately set it back. This isn't doing anything because they're already at that position by default, but now can I adjust it? Okay, there we go. So now I should be able to kind of make them a bit smaller if I need to. That's awesome. Interesting. Just doesn't quite work as I expect it to. And I'd love to bring those down, but for some reason it's just not wanting to. Okay, that's okay. What I also would like to do is, right now we move it over. Here we go. Hey, is this? This is for the offsetting. We offset it by 1. For this first one. We don't want to do just 1. We really want it to be bounding box. And we want to get the X distance. We separate. Both of them. Take the max and subtract the second one. I have a whole thing for this, don't I? X distance, Y distance for bounding boxes. Distance. Vector. Then we multiply it by -1. I want it to go the other way. We just put it there. No, put it in this one. Maybe it is. I think it is. I think what's different is the Alright, so this sets it to 0. Let's write that down. Write that down. Sets our frames, profile, curve, UV. What it does. What does this do? This offsets start and caps to left and right. Wood. So now this should be like the default settings, basically. Good. Which means I have a pretty clear idea of how to so I should then be able to introduce some ability. Okay, everything I want to affect right now is in this node. This moves the profiles around, but we should be able to take the UVs, take the named position, named attribute, which is a vector. So this now does nothing. Right now, it's keeping everything the same, but we can take it and we can scale it. This is going to be quite useful because now I should be able to scale down the caps. So this scales them into the corner, which is super useful. Okay. Do that at 1 right now, but I'm going to create an input. We'll put right here. All that. Group. Profile. Scale. You know what I actually would like this to be? A node. And we'll call this node input UV map name. And the default should of course always be UV. What's this for? This is for UV scaling. Scale. Very simple, but that is exactly what it says. Okay, so we can scale the profile UVs. That's awesome. So now we go here. Up, down, whatever, doesn't matter. We can do it. Now, what we want to worry about now are our gums, because create a curve and mesh with just its basic UVs right here. So have our standard map. And then here we adjust that bounding box, which for now is doing nothing. Still going, just finished dinner. Yes, indeed. Day late when we're kind of going just to the GeoNode stuff for tonight. This is kind of some of my personal, putting some of my personal project time and getting this made. Though it is to fix the teeth on Reyes. Spicy. So let's do a little test. What is the purpose of nodes? So geometry nodes are a way, you can think of it like a way to process geometry or make your own modifiers. But basically, it gives you a lot of tools to take something and kind of do a bunch of things to it while keeping things procedural. So you can still adjust those things afterwards. Right now, what I'm using it to make are these teeth generators. So I make a lot of teeth very frequently, so I've decided that I want to make a little generator to make them quick, so I can make a lot of variation and save myself a lot of the time. But what's cool is, so just as an example, we can switch between high poly and low poly, see how it goes from unsubdivided here to subdivided, and we can do things like change the spacing on the front teeth. We can kind of scale the molars. This is a little more realistic when teeth do kind of this thing. We can change the back spacing. We can even do some random rotation, which is kind of cool. Though it does seem to be pointed just this way, which is just more to the right. Yeah. And all of these are swappable. So these teeth here are what make up the teeth here. So I can always go in, and if I wanted my canines flatter or pointier or whatever, you know, we can do a lot of that. This is cool. Good. They are kind of freaky on their own, especially when I start doing, you know, stuff like this, or you kind of make some really, you know, meat tube-ish, and that you can even rotate them, which is cool. Make very like planted teeth. I haven't tried the radius yet though. I'll have to do something for that soon too. No. Very satisfying, very fun. A lot more to figure out, but we're getting there. Alright, so when I scale this, I guess the issue with doing this is when I offset it. But that is an easy fix, because all I need to do is adjust this distance, would be that group value, or where's our group input? Let's make a new input. It would be profile scale. Which I guess it could be any value, so we'll hit it with an absolute just to know what we're dealing with. And then we 1. Do it. Actually, no. I guess we would want it. We would just want to add it directly. I think this will work. Hopefully. First we multiply by -1. Do that afterwards. 1, because we want it to go the other direction. Okay. So now when we scale, should keep them centered, which it's doing. Then it does that, which I'm not going to worry about because that's a negative scale. It's kind of useful in a way, not something I'm going to worry about right now. But that's beautiful. Nice and solid. Okay. Doesn't leave much room for margins, but I'm going to live with that. I think we'll do like 0.25. Seems fitting. That actually seems good. That seems almost exactly what I would want. Are these all custom values? Don't like that. Now I know they're in somewhat the correct position. I guess what I would want is a way in these bounding boxes to maintain proportions. And that's relatively easy to do. All we would need to do is, instead of giving it a rectangle, so if we have a rectangle, what we'd want is to actually give it a square like this, with this additional spot. So if this is the minimum here, this is the maximum here, we would actually just want this to be, make our max square, we separate it, and then combine. Now all we need to do is switch our vector. Oops. Doesn't seem to be doing much. We have bounding box A. Well, it doesn't make sense if the bounding box is still a rectangle. Might make it smaller, but excuse me. More about that. I think we're gonna leave it alone for right now, but that's something I'll probably want to add eventually. All right. So I think what we want to do is split. So we want some value where we take our UVs, the same adjust UV map with bounding box, but we want to do it here as well. We take the geometry, and we move up the min, and we move down the max. That's the plan. So we'll take a value, we combine. This one would go into the Y here. I guess for both of them. Min. Just broke that. Min position and max position. When I adjust this value, yeah, it would have to be different. It would have to be 1 here. Now when I adjust it, I can slice that a little bit better. Sam, you have opening commissions before end of your early new year. Think about having you do my buddy. Well, heck yeah, I appreciate that. My commissions are always open. You're always welcome to reach out whenever it's convenient. But I'd be happy to work with you on that. samdutter.com has my commission info. It should be down below too on Twitch. So. But I appreciate your interest. That's definitely exciting to me. I would want a little bit of a margin. So we're gonna add 0.01, something like that. This one, I guess, will be another value here and here and here. We'll set this one to symmetry. That way we can increase the margins however we want. So I really do want exactly that distance. All right, and 0.5 should definitely be the default value. It's something like that. And in fact, let's make that input, group input. This would go in our UV information. Be our UV middle. Also, do you ever get your local AI set up? I know we talked about it, but schedules are, well, a nightmare. I have not gotten any sort of local chatbots going, but my interest is more focused on VR and Resonate, role-playing and Resonate. So if you ever are interested in helping with anything, I'd love to get a chatbot working in Resonate at some point. That would be ideal, I think. Beautiful. This is looking good now. I think we need a panel for UVs. That'd be a neat use case. Trying to organize my chaos a bit better now that all my Gen Ed courses are done. Life sound a bit more streamlined. Okay, good. Well, congrats on finishing up your courses. That was definitely an exciting moment. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, but interesting. These are upside down. As they would be, because the curve is upside down. So, yeah. That makes sense. Override that. What's interesting is all the teeth in the previous versions will also be working just fine because they're all referencing Juno. Finish today's version of my product. Let's go! Good job, Ariso. Good thing I keep updating and upgrading my tool to automate most of the work. It has saved me so much time like crazy. I'm feeling the same way right now. We're almost done with my little twofers. A toofy woofies. I could probably use a little bit more UV space. Interesting. Just so long and thin. Why is it taking up so much space like that? No, it's okay. Let's just see what it looks like baked. That's the high poly. There's the low poly. Forgot that the tongue. Oh, the eyes are in the wrong spot. Jeez. Surprised I didn't notice that. Oops. I just closed the lo-fi. Come back to me, lo-fi. Chaos without lo-fi. All right, looks like the teeth are holding up a lot better. A lot better. Reference go. Yeah. Okay. Get a little bit more pink. All right. Great step. It does feel really cool to be able to just update one thing and all these changes propagate through the whole thing. It's like, that's just what it should feel like to do work. All the work you did before should make it easier to do your next set of work. Oops. I just overwrote the high poly. Damn it. All right, that should really be about it. I mean, only 7. I'd still work a little bit longer. Just so thrilled about this GeoNode stuff. Noise. There's one thing I wanted to know. Do vertex groups survive GeoNodes now? Like, if I made my low poly, made a little plane. GeoNode, yeah. Oh, I see. Always do that. So we take it, we realize it, and what happens if I duplicate and push this? Does this one still have vertex groups? No. Well, that answers that. So close. And once geometry nodes allows for vertex groups to pass on through, we'll be able to do a lot more interesting things. That's really all that is left for it to be just an amazing tool. Eyebrow, and maybe I will do geometry for the eyebrow. Cute. Looking super good though. Do some screenshots and call it a night. Okay. Thank you everyone who's been hanging out with me today. Hope you're all having an amazing Tuesday. It is time for me to get some rest. Refine the character lore and finish the basic rep and come up with some clothing concepts. Then fill out the form for you. I'm super pumped. I can't wait for that. That'll be super, super cool. I think my process is just getting so fast nowadays. I'm looking forward to seeing how much faster I can make it. Yeah. I think we'll be getting down to the days soon, hopefully. Maybe that's too much. But either way, I'm looking forward to working with you, Shatter. And everyone else out there, hope you're all having an amazing evening. Again, get some good rest. We'll talk to you soon, Shatter. Everyone else, enjoy your evening. Bye, y'all. Bye.